crazy.
Some form of control still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What the does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
shouldn't touch. You gotta know touch and sign. I feel like I shouldn't run. You're blocking the exit with your life. Addicted to light, center, always in the limelight. Show ya a real good time. Oh, I know you got something else for me. Like secret language, speaking in tongues. Snake like tongue tied, you on the run. Travel, dancing, I don't know what you are, you are, you are, you are. Summer, solding over my heart. We're both dancing over the dark side. I don't know who you are, you are, you are, you are. You got letters sprinkled all over your body. If I join up the dots, it makes me feel naughty. I feel like I shouldn't touch. You gotta know touch and sign. I feel like I shouldn't run. You're blocking the exit with your life. You're blocking the exit with your life.
It's time to quit while we're ahead. Don't think like that. I will love you endlessly. If you don't believe, don't you be like that. I will love you forever. If you don't believe in me, yeah.
You could be with anyone. I could be with anyone. You're here with me. You're here with me. You could be around.
You could be with anyone. I could
passion. We can make love like an act of God. I just match my words to my actions. Magic in my life's everlasting. I say I could have the world or be with any girl, but something about your style makes me wanna man up. We should fill our cups, catch a flick and do some stuff. I'm used to one night stands, but with you that's not enough. I don't wanna front, I just wanna see ya. Please give me a sign, yeah. Please give me a sign if you wanna come. Please give me a sign, yeah. I don't wanna front, I just wanna see you. Please give me a sign if you wanna come. Why you presenting games? I don't wanna play. I've been on my grind, I just wanna lay down with you. Spark a doobie, hit the town with you. Life is complicated, but I found in you something simple, I can wrap my head around it. Be my lady, cause you keep it grounded. You see all the women in my DMs, it's astounding. You ain't gotta worry about a thing, you got me grounded. Yeah, I say any truth that I wanna say. Let's appreciate our youth like it's our final days. I'm the rarest in the deck, call me ace of spades. Life is anything you choose, and I would choose you, baby. I don't wanna front, I just wanna see ya. Please give me a sign.
Hello everyone, it is Saturday, so we're going to do some TryHackMe on this stream. Just want to make a note for the gentleman who was singing the song that was playing just before I started talking. He mentioned that they should call him the Ace of Spades because he's the rarest card in the deck. I would say that every single card has the same probability in a standard playing card deck. But other than that, you know, kudos on the song. Okay, so besides my weird criticisms, we're going to actually do some attempts at hacking stuff. Continuing on with the offensive pen testing series from, or I guess it's called a path, from TryHackMe. So last time we went through and we did the first chunk. I skipped the Kali machine, so it's going to keep telling me to do that, but we did all of the stuff in getting started, and that was kind of nice. I felt like really all three of these involved sort of the full gamut of what I would assume qualifies as a kind of pen testing, but they were very like obvious vulnerabilities, or it was super guided as to how to exploit whatever the vulnerability was. So I mean, obviously Eternal Blue is not a super obvious exploit to discover, but it's already been discovered and you have tools that can scan for it, and when they tell you, hey, this is vulnerable to Eternal Blue, here's how you use Metasploit, like it's not that difficult to actually employ the tools for that purpose. But I imagine as we get into some of these, and certainly this one that is rated hard, and maybe the medium one as well, will involve some amount of, here's a website, try to employ the skills that you know to figure out what the vulnerabilities are and then exploit them. At least I assume we're going to get into that. Maybe not improving it, but I mean, by the time we get into mastery, I would imagine we'd have to be doing stuff like that, because when you go on a real pen test, I'm not talking from experience here, but just conjecture, the company's not going to tell you, hey, our site is vulnerable to this, so go try that. You're going to have to work that out yourself through recon stuff. And maybe using scanners, maybe just using your intuition, seeing what the potential attack surface is, and using your experience to determine what attacks might be possible against a certain kind of endpoint. All right, so the next one, the first in this proving it section, is called Steel Mountain. It's a Mr. Robot themed Windows machine. Use Metasploit for initial access. Utilize PowerShell for Windows privilege escalation, enumeration, and learn a new technique to get administrator access. Awesome. Because we didn't really, the last time we just ran something in Meterpreter called get system, I think, and then that after then we had system privileges, so it didn't feel like we were doing much in the way of privilege escalation on the Windows machine that we got into. So I'd be curious if we have something a little more explicit in this one. Going to join the room and deploy the box. So what I have now is I have attempted to make another shell script that should connect me to TryHackMe and then set up a target variable with this and put it on my command line so I don't forget it. But I haven't actually run it. I was writing it in the immediate lead up to starting the stream, so we'll find out if it works at all. Of course it does not, because... Okay. I made a little thing so that I know if I'm connected to OpenVPN or not. And yeah, okay, so we are connected to OpenVPN, and I know that I'm in the TryHackMe room because of that. You know what? I want to have something to leave the room. Just go back and then is it unset target? Yeah, okay. So then we can unset, like I can say export foo . Okay, cool. So now I can leave the room if I wish to. It won't disconnect me because I'm assuming that I'm going to have multiple rooms that I'm logged into through a given session, but none of this is particularly interesting to y'all, I imagine. Okay. Deploy the machine and find out who is the employee of the month. Well, I guess we're going to do nmap -v, and we'll just start with the standard. Okay, so we've got a port 80 and 8080, and just copy this. Let's see, employee of the month. I don't remember this guy from the show. I guess he was in there at some point. Bill Harper. Do they mention that in the body anywhere, like in a comment or something? Or is it just we get it from the image name? I guess we just get it from the image name. Okay. Cool. Then let's get a shell. What other port running a web server? We can find out if it does. I mean, I assume 8080. Yeah, okay. But it's also 3389. Oh no, sorry, I misread that as MS web server. I'm assuming 8080 then. Cool. Okay, let's go to the 8080 server. HFS, HTTP file server 2.3. Interesting. It's got that would not match. Do we get anything in the headers that might be more interesting? No. So it is HFS, but the name there doesn't seem to be like it would match. I think it's what do they want us to type in? Rigetto HTTP file server? I guess that was it. Okay. It's the CVE number to exploit this file server. So I didn't end up using it last time, but or is it search exploit HTTP file server maybe? Didn't find anything. Okay. Let's look on exploitDB. We have to. There we go. And they were running 2.3. Doesn't actually mention what the CVE is here though. So maybe we can get a link to the CVE, or maybe if we look at the no? Okay. Why did it say search.h? Oh, because that's just a header that we can get a. Okay, interesting. Can we say open? And like show me the. So we can get that list. But where do we exploit TB Windows? What's in here? Exploits Windows Remote 3466. Oops. CVE this. Okay. We can try it with the CVE on there, but it's probably just that. Okay. Use Metasploit to get an initial shell. What is the user flag? Okay. Not handle null byte. Interesting. Trying to understand their explanation of the exploit. Will stop regex from parse macro. What is the macro in this case? Maybe we should look at one of these other ones. 39161.py. Okay. So apparently the regular expression library they used has a thing that you, like a command that you can put in to execute code or something. That seems wildly inappropriate. And maybe I'm misunderstanding what the exploit is, but that is not necessary. We can still just pop into here. Let's see. Then we just need to search, maybe. There we go. Use. Oh, sweet. I'm not very familiar with Metasploit, but it's nice that I can just guess, can I use the number here rather than type everything in? What was it? Options. So we want to set our hosts to that. And I don't think we need anything else. So let's give it a shot. No session created. Oh, it needs to be set our port 8080. Okay. Interesting. We've got another temp file on there. So we can delete that. No, alright, whatever. It's not a real machine, but so covering my tracks is probably not that big of a deal. Then we want to, what is it? User holder. I forget what. Whatever. We'll just cd that. What? Okay. We'll do it this way. Do we need to use Linux slashes? Okay. So let's see if we can find that user file. There we go. Okay. Got the user flag. And now we want to escalate our privileges. I'm going to use a PowerShell script called PowerUp. The purpose is to evaluate a Windows machine and to determine any abnormalities. PowerUp aims to be a clearinghouse of common Windows privilege escalation vectors that rely on misconfigurations. So it's kind of like what I saw somebody else using, LP, I think. LinPs, that's what it was. Yeah, LinPs, but presumably there's also WinPs. So we could use this batch script as well, I guess. Do I want to do that, or do I want to just follow what the room has as a guided kind of thing? I guess we will. What is this called? Steel Mountain. Okay. So we'll get that file. That's not the raw. Oops. Okay, so how do we? Okay, so we're backgrounding the interpreter session. At least we're trying to. Don't know if that's going to work. Might have to. Go to the manual page for that. Trying to see if there's a command to change the working directory of the program. Feels like there should be. I don't know why. Okay, somehow, whatever. Change the current working directory. Okay, cool. So I can just cd to projects, TryHackMe, rooms, Steel Mountain. Do I need like home, Charles? Yeah. Okay, so now we're back in here. We can say upload powerup.ps1. In theory. Right, we just say upload, and then, well, in that case, they gave a full path, but timed out. I feel like we must be no longer connected. I think this is going to time out as well. Then let's run it again. Get back in there. And we'll throw this file in temp. Why not? Okay. And then PowerShell power up, maybe. How do we? Oh, okay. So we can say load PowerShell. Oh, that loads a like a module, an extension. Is there somewhere I can see all the commands for it? PowerShell execute, PowerShell import. Well, that didn't help me because it doesn't shell. Doesn't say anything. Oh, is it? It's okay. So I could have just said like PowerShell import, I guess, but whatever. Invoke all checks because it just sort of defines the function, maybe some other functions as well. Cool. So it does a bunch of stuff. So unquoted service paths. Not fully clear on the unquote, like what the vulnerability is here. I'm guessing. Oh, I see. So I think if you call the thing c/program, then when it tries to run the service, because the path is not quoted, it's first going to try this. And if there is a file named c:program, then it will run that. I think that is how that vulnerability works. Okay, that makes sense. Service executable and argument permissions. Similar. Well, it's one of the same services from up here, but install service binary. Do we just have permissions to write this service? I guess so. Yeah, so we could just replace that executable with something else. Same for this one. And same for live update. Okay, so all three of these from IOBit. Cool. And then didn't find any other ones, it seems like. So that makes sense. I don't know what binary we would necessarily want to upload. I'm sure there's like a Meterpreter executable we could send up, and then we've got a reverse shell as system. So we completed running that. Take close attention to the can restart option that is set to true. What is the name of the unquoted service path service name? Oh, so in particular, we are looking for when it says can restart is true, which is the first two of them. Or I guess this is the same service. Why is it listed twice? Different permissions, seems like. Okay. So I guess what this means is like we can force it to restart if we maybe kill that executable, then the system will restart it for us, and in that case it will be vulnerable to the payload, or sorry, to the well, rather than do program, I guess we're doing /advanced because there is a space in this directory name as well. Just I'm seeing that from where it says saved as advanced. Okay, so I'm going to use MSF Venom. Okay. Yeah. So can we do that in here? No? Why not? Why can't we run MSF Venom from All right. Well, we'll just run it over here. They want us to do shell reverse TCP and with certain lhost and port. Okay. So was it P? Windows shell reverse TCP and Shikata Ganai is the, I don't know what all these options are for. So P is for the payload that we want to use. Okay. E is the encoder. What are these encoders? Polymorphic XOR additive feedback encoder. I don't even know. Is this like intended to avoid certain antivirus detection signature stuff? It's polymorphic. Shellcode signature series. Okay, so it is, yeah, so it's encoding the payload in a certain form that I guess if you have sort of active monitoring of your network traffic or an antivirus running on the endpoint machine that is being targeted, it might be able to detect the payload contents itself, and so this is encoding it in a certain way that lets it get onto that machine. I guess it's really more for the network level of stuff, because if it has to decode it in order to run the binary, then it's either working as like a packer or it's decoding it to a static file, which then gets would be detected. So I don't know, whatever, we're going to use that encoder because that's what they suggest, and it's the excellent one apparently. Format is executable, and the name is going to be advanced.exe, I'm guessing. Format, yeah. Okay. And then we say lhost. Yeah. I don't actually know what my, oops. Great, because I'll reload the page. Hopefully that won't be an issue, but I need to go ahead and get my IP address from there, and is it L port? Yeah. Is it 4443? Okay, so Windows based on the payload, gonna get x86 from the payload, and okay, we encoded it with that. We have a 351 byte payload, which is 73K ultimately when processed as an executable. Okay, So this is now a file that we can upload. Exit out of the shell. Has it disconnected us? I don't know why exit didn't do anything. I mean, this is just standard PowerShell, but how does one get out of the PowerShell? Is this a different session now? I guess so, since it's a channel 3. Forget how we deal with sessions. Session stash L. No? Suppose that doesn't work from interpreter. Whatever. Okay. So now we want to say upload advanced.exe. Okay, and we can put a destination. So you can say upload advanced.exe to C program files. What did we have? Let's just copy it. Why doesn't it like that? Okay, cool. So I'm just sort of going based on intuition at this point that we want to put it there, and then PowerShell execute. What do we do? Can we just do sessions 3? No? Okay, that's not what I want to do. What is 2 about? Just kill that old one. And yeah, let's see what we need to do to kill a process. Stop process. And maybe it will also have a link to get process. We probably gotta like gotta write the search query. So we want like get process where object. I really do like this page, but I don't know how to. Well, I guess I could do. Maybe try this. Okay, so can we do PowerShell execute get process where object command line This is where we need the Microsoft Docs, I think. Because it's probably going to link to the object that we get back. Systems diagnostic.process. What are the properties that we have on it? Command line. No, I don't want methods. Main module. Right, because we could have various modules, I guess. Let's see. Oh, and it's probably not even gonna look for process name, I guess. But it's probably a process that's actually the like service runner. I don't know. Let's give it a shot. Look for this executable name. Process name like that. No. Okay. Can we just do get process and see what we got going on in general? Yeah, so it's probably a service host. Whatever. Let's see what they want us to do once we have uploaded it. Then restart the program. Okay, so I guess maybe I have access to restart the service anyways. I don't need to really kill it. Get service, maybe. Start service. Do we have restart service? Okay. Just go that route. That's a lot more straightforward. And this is the name of the service. So do we need to have something prepared for listening for port 4443? I don't know, we'll find out. See if that actually does anything. Doesn't tell us what the issue with starting the service was. So we no longer have ACS service. So, okay. Then let's see. So it's gonna do a reverse shell. We just want to like listen more than connect, right? Do we have start listener? Yeah, oh, how do we start the listener? Jesus Christ. Okay, so we just set lhost and lport and run maybe? Lhost is going to be this. Don't really let me say use none. Okay. No. Yeah. Why can't we do that? Payload Windows slash. Okay. Really? Unknown command run. What the? Seems to be that we then call run. They're doing a PHP one, and that's their multi-slash handler. Oh, okay. All right, there we go. No, because we need options. We need to set these again. All right, so now we are listening correctly. And say why? Why can't I have that running as a listener in the background and then what that? I don't know how to do this properly. All right. So Switch to sessions 3. Why do we... Okay, and then, but we could switch to sessions 5? Yeah. Let's see if we can... Oh, this is not going to... So we can try to run it in the background? No. We want to run this... I forget how to do that in PowerShell. But we don't... How do I do both of these? Do I just need to run 2 MSF consoles? I guess so. That's how I'll try it at least. It just seems like the kind of thing that you should absolutely be able to do from one session. See if it is starting the process and connecting in, or am I doing stuff wrong? So there's an advanced.exe, which would, I mean, should be usable. So what am I missing? I'm gonna just try and put it instead of the actual AC whatever all the way back up here. And see if that'll work. See if the different path direction works. Okay, so gotta delete that one first, I guess. No. Can we move it? Oops. Did not put the quote in like I thought. No, we don't have access to move it, even though the directory is writable, I guess. Modifiable file. So we have write. What is this? Is it GCI? No, not get child item. What is the help command? It's just get help. Tell me what this is about. I'm not sure I understand what the operation of this is about. Okay. Just don't know that that's the route that we want to go, because again, it's like generate the reverse shell executable and upload it and then restart. Like, for being honest, I feel like, and this is, you know, a very minor kind of complaint, I guess, but we suddenly go away from explaining in any detail what the steps are to achieve this. It's just restart it and you'll have root. When at the very least, if it works, right, you need some kind of handler for the reverse shell to connect to, which is not mentioned. They don't really mention that you need to put it in a particular place, but I feel like I'm not wrong in my understanding that that is what is needed. Certainly, having put it there, it prevents the prevents the original from working. So if we move that to or maybe I can just say, wait, what? We don't this also doesn't work. Okay. Well, okay, because I'm in PowerShell. Okay, so no, that doesn't exist anymore. Am I misunderstanding where stuff is at? It's just IO bit. Okay. Do that. Okay, so now advanced is not there anymore. Right, and then if we restart whatever the name of this service was. And then get the list of processes. Now it's running. Whereas previously, if we stopped it, moved advanced.exe there and restarted it, or rather if we moved it there and then restarted it, it didn't seem to be, it wasn't running this at least, but it was failing to run the binary. Maybe we just need to what are the commands? Like, do I say run or something? Ooh. Execute. Give that a shot. Where did it didn't move it to here? Let's upload it again. So what? Do okay. Yeah, I don't know what this binary does for us. Didn't seem to connect to a reverse shell at least. Why is starting it on that? Did I copy in the wrong IP address? Is that the address? It's not the address of the... Oh, I'm just on the wrong... But I set lhost. I thought I had set it. Why is it different? Okay, so we're listening on that. Or in theory we would, yeah, I don't know what the hell happened here then. What the fuck? Okay. Let's try and run. Okay, that connected. I think it did. I don't know quite why it is taking so long. Is the right address. Well, okay, so if it was failing to run before because it was listening on the wrong interface, it was not listening on the VPN connection, then maybe So maybe now. Did you do it this way? Okay. Okay, so it's back in place, and we can attempt to restart the service. Okay. So we're getting it to send a stage, but that's, I mean, maybe we aren't starting the handler properly. And then it died? Oh, let's look for something else. I don't like that one with all the... So it says multi-handler. I guess we still need to set a payload, even though... Let's see if there's like a more complete tutorial for MSF Venom that can tell me what to do with the result, how to get the handler stuff working. So we still need to set a payload, it seems like. Okay. Then we'll give that a shot, I guess. I'm so confused because I thought we were including the payload in the executable that we were generating in basically the shellcode that we generated with MSF Venom. Thought we were doing that, so why did we need to set another payload in MSF console? Windows / no? What did we call it up here? Windows shell reverse TCP, okay. Alright, so we'll run. And we gotta go all the way back up to... Oh, I could probably just say, no, I need to start another session. Okay, we have our host set. Okay, so I can just run at this point, right? Okay. What have we got wrong here? Did the machine go away? I feel like we have time. Still got an hour on there. Then what? Just gonna exit out, I guess. We'll try it again. set this as the R host. 8080 is the port. Then run it. I feel like it's not gonna work. Yeah. Is this still going? No. So I guess the machine broke in some fashion because we aren't even getting the page again. I guess we will start it over again. Why is this taking forever? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Oops. Yeah, so that directory exists. So why can't we touch that? Oh, it's probably because I'm using the. Fix that later. Okay. Might we have a target though? Okay. Not that it matters in the console, it seems like. Then will it work this time? It feels like it's taking too long still. Yeah, that didn't connect. So why can't we connect to it? Is it still starting up? Wouldn't think it would take this long to start up. But maybe it will. Maybe it's my computer. Okay. Google works. Reloading the TryHackMe site works. So now it's there? Or is that from before? Yeah, still getting nothing. And I'm gonna have to recreate that. Oh, I guess I don't need to recreate it because it's actually the L host in there. Okay, so we can ping that machine, which is weird because it said we couldn't. Okay, I guess it's up now. they all use the same. Okay, so let's go there. Let's upload advanced.exe. Oh, because I did delete it, huh? God damn it. Let's create it again. I'm assuming I actually did delete it. Yeah. All right. Then or I don't know what the commands are in interpreter. Is there something to start services by any chance? Probably not. I can go into shell, but I should probably just load PowerShell because I don't remember bash or Windows batch script shell commands. We still gotta go back up to last time I tried to. Oh, I don't have it in this. Scroll back anymore. Okay, so what? Why did it fail to load PowerShell? I guess I'll just use the regular shell. Or that doesn't work either. Great. Does this still work? Am I just gonna be booted from the machine again? What the fuck? What the hell? Okay, that's working. Slowly, but still. Why can't we run a shell? Are we not connected? PS, can we see? I feel like they're all just going to time out and we're going to have to reconnect. Yeah. Okay. All right. Lots of services. What were the state equals all? State equals active? Am I typing it wrong? No, it's gonna find it in this giant list of every service that's installed on the machine. Great. Do AWS Lite. There we go. Right, can we see that info? We have the service control command, apparently. Restart. Don't know what the fuck. I guess my internet connection is bad or something, and it's just not able to keep the shell going. So let's run the thing again. Unless the computer died, but I imagine it's more likely to just be my internet is bad. Great, yeah. How is there no shell command from interpreter? It'll be like that. Oh, okay. All right, there we go. Who am I? The command? I forget. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So now, can look in Windows System 32. It's probably not LS. It's probably dir. Oh, and we're already in Windows System 32. Config. TXR, journal system profile. Okay, we gotta find the root flag somewhere. I don't know where they would have it. I thought it was System 32 config was where the registry files are stored. Yeah, but we don't have these subfolders under config. That's interesting. what's in there. Is my shell going to die again? Probably will need to make a list of all the places that people creating TryHackMe rooms put the root flags or other flags, I guess, just because I don't know where they are. And is there a find command? I guess I could. There is a find that's like default find in Windows. But yeah, that's more like grep, I guess. Where? Okay, I could use that, but give it a shot again. I feel like I've disconnected already. Okay. No, I guess I didn't disconnect. That's nice. Oh, /R and okay. You can try to look under there, but okay. I just don't know where they would put this file, so I'm gonna search everywhere. It's a root flag. It might not be called root.txt. That would be annoying. I thought that's what they had called it in the previous one, but since these are all made by different people, there's no real reason to assume consistency. The pattern can have asterisk or something. Okay, didn't find any such thing under Windows. Look under all the users. I did not exit it. Don't be like that. Still got time on this box, so no, I don't want to terminate the. Oh, this is. Turns out quite frustrating. Okay, yes, I do. Why not? Let's just terminate everything. What a enjoyable process. Okay, so we will run it again. There's a root.txt under administrator. Okay. Alright, so let's do it without Metasploit. So we're going to use WinPeas. Let's use this exploit. So that was the Python one. It's going to do the same thing. Like, I don't understand. I mean, I guess I understand the point to a certain degree. It's just all right, let's do it. I don't feel like it's going to be teaching me anything new. To do this by, like, without Metasploit, but we'll go along with it. We're going to do Python -m simple HTTP server. No. Python 3 HTTP server. Just HTTP.server maybe? Okay. Or can I, yeah. Alright. So then what do they want us to do? Remote 319. Okay, so let's read through the Python, make sure that we understand what it's doing. So if we do script create, it's going to use arg1, argument 1 and argument 2, and pass in this save command. Save is save : and then bunch of stuff with a, like a VBS script that opens up a HTTP connection to IP address. So we need to set that IP address and that port. Okay. So let's go ahead and copy that. For this we need my VPN IP. And then it's going to be 8,000. And then after that we say exec C script with that. So first we make a call that runs a macro to save the VBS script, and then we run a command to execute that script. And then the third thing we do is, again, maybe C script compiles it, I guess, into an executable then. Oh, no. This one downloads an nc.exe file, and then we run nc with command and that port. Okay, so we just use VB script to open up a web connection to our machine. We need to move that to nc.exe. Okay, then and the target address and port is 8080. Need to make this work for Python 3. We'll see if that was enough. No. Why are we shouldn't be calling Unicode escape. Why is that being treated as a Unicode escape? It should entirely be ASCII. Or, yeah. Because it's URL stuff, so what? What the heck? Can't we put bytes on everything? You know what? Let's just try to run it with Python 2. Okay. I guess I need to have a netcat open and then local port. Do I need okay. So that is actually the port for connecting the reverse shell, and this we need 80. Let's see if quick example of how to give it the argument. Yeah, why can't we? Oh, probably because I need to be sudoed. Alright, we'll just do it that way. And we want to bind to 10.4.5.159. Okay, because I don't want to be listening on everything. Right. Oh, did I not? Okay, I did save that. Let's see if that connects back. Well, it didn't get a request thus far. So, not entirely sure. Something went wrong. Gonna make this script 2. So just my internet again would be perfect if I suddenly can't connect to this machine once everything is configured. Really thought the internet was like one of these global things, you know, international. You can use it even if you aren't in the United States, but my experience is living in Southeast Asia for the last 6 months or so has really been calling that into question. Okay, so it made the request for that file, and then we should be listening, and we're not getting anything, or we are? No. Do I need to say what? Doesn't seem to want to do it again if it's found that script already, I guess. Which is probably why it creates a random file name for the Meterpreter version, or the Metasploit version rather. Okay. So it's running nc.exe, it's getting it at least. It's getting a 304. It's probably fine. And then should be trying to run nc.exe -e command.exe, and then our IP address in the port of 444. So what the heck? Why won't it hit my netcat service? Yeah, so I mean, not that it, but that part works at least when I do it from my machine. So connecting back doesn't seem to like it. And I'm not on a machine where I can simply run the nc.exe program. So check out, what is this ncat.exe? Do we have any details of what version of netcat it is? Not even listed in the list of files. That's neat. Gotta love that. It's under, it's just under binaries. Okay, so we've got ncat. It's for nmap user's guide, or the man page maybe. Yeah, -e for exec. So exec command.exe seems fine. Then a host name and a port. Oh, it's not running a reverse shell. So this is very confusing then. Okay. Right, like, or I don't know. I've only ever seen like run a command when a thing is also being a listener. But this is not set up to be a listener based on the options that we have. So what is it like? It should try to connect out to my my machine. And I don't get it. I mean, we've already got ncat on there, so we can skip those two. We can just try this, but it's not hitting it. And again, our connection is garbage. Set it up as a listener with -L and still keep -P, or I'll else have to set up -P, I guess. See if it's able to connect to the machine again. Still got time on it, so it's not that. Either that timed out or it actually worked, but it's hard to say. That script is incredibly minimal, so it might be failing to tell me if it timed out, but that time presumably it didn't. Okay. I mean, we could try this. And then I guess I would need to actually okay. So that time that worked, I guess. Now if we exit, connect up, it's still listening, I guess. So that's nice. Okay. Then we want to get WinPs, I guess. And just try the binary version. Hello, what are you trying to accomplish? What box am I on? I am on the Steel Mountain box. So it's a Windows machine, and in this portion of the room, we are doing the same stuff that we already did, but just not using Metasploit for it. Because I guess it's good to go through the motions of how to achieve stuff that has already been written in a much more complete way by the developers of Metasploit and the people that contribute their exploit scripts to it. But if you want to do it in a really janky way using a random script from exploitdb, then now you know how to do it, I guess is the point. or the point being, maybe somebody hasn't made a Metasploit exploit for it yet, and so you can still make it work in that scenario. I don't want the bat file, so it's probably executable. No, it's working. Well, I had to modify it to get it to work. We can look at the script. So relatively straightforward. We have 3 different commands that we end up running because we have basically, I guess they call it command injection. It's just, you know, basically an RCE with this file, HTTP file server. So first one saves a VB script file, which has VB code that looks like it's basically making a web request with Microsoft XML HTTP to the web server of the IP address that I configure for my machine. So I ran the Python web server, and it downloads an nc.exe, which is intended to be a statically compiled version of Netcat. So that all is working, and then it'll go ahead and the second command actually runs the script that the first one saved to the computer. Then the third one is a command to run netcat, and what it was doing is run netcat with -e command.exe and then say connect to my IP address and the port that I set up. So I had a netcat listener on my port and was not getting it to work with whatever configuration I try to give it. Now, granted, it's possible that I'm simply misusing netcat, but I was trying to listen on port 444, and then I tried to specify a particular host IP address. Didn't really care because that's like, ultimately it resolves to localhost, and maybe that's what was causing the problem, is netcat's trying to be too smart and basically listening on the localhost interface rather than the virtual, OpenVPN network that I have connected to TryHackMe. But for whatever reason, I was not getting it to reverse shell back. So yeah, okay. So that's what I thought, right? If I don't specify anything, that's going to listen on 0000 and should hear from any interface. But I wasn't getting any connections from it. So I just modified it so that I did the listen on the target machine, which obviously, you know, depending on your network configuration, like in that target network, they could certainly block it from, you know, it's working in this case probably just because we're in this VPN setup and there's not necessarily a firewall blocking incoming connections. So setting up the listener on that machine did work for me. I'm now connected into it. And then we're going to run WinPs instead of the powerup.ps1 that they had suggested before in order to identify mechanisms for privilege escalation. But yeah, I realize like this modification isn't necessarily going to work in real world scenarios, but I don't know, it got it working for me right now, and I'm okay with that. I don't know why I was not getting a connection back to netcat. Everything was working with Meterpreter, or using Metasploit to start a Meterpreter shell. Like, it was able to send its own payload and run that, and that one did a reverse shell back. So I don't know why this approach didn't work. But if you have any ideas, be curious. What do we want to do? We were gonna download this program. What is it? I think I can just do wget or not .exe. Yeah, I don't want invoke web request, I feel like, because that's, I want to just download the content. What is it, like new web request? Are they gonna show me alternatives? Oh, it's like new object, HTTP something or other, web client. And sudo.net. Web client class. Can I just say download file? Yeah. Whatever, we'll just call it that. See if that PowerShell command works. See if I'm still connected to the machine. That's been another annoyance, but isn't really nothing to be done about it, I think. But my connection to this remote machine has been very flaky. Connected into the Australia database because or not database, but like data center. Probably. I guess I could download it from my own web server. Maybe that's what we need to do. I'm not seeing any results, but it's hard to know. Alright. I felt like I had done that before, but I guess not. I mean, it makes sense that they would probably say, hey, don't let you just connect out to the random internet. Okay. What is my... see if we are still connected to the machine. This is my little bellwether. Okay, it's getting a connection now. Netkit still working? It is. So we will download this. Just do that, and then I guess we can do 8,000. Not 3 dashes though. 10 dot. I think it was that. See if that does anything. We did get the request. All right, so then when p.exe, does it not do anything? Oh, yeah, probably helps to do it that way. All right, got, I don't know, lots of results. So let's see if we can pick one. Never seen the output of WinPs, so I don't necessarily know what I should be looking for. Okay. We got 3 copies of Netcat running, I guess. Okay, I mean, this is the one that we exploited before. Because it had unquoted path in the service definition, description, whatever it's called. We could do the same thing with one of these other ones. I think the other script identified this. No quotes in space detected. Yeah, so got these 2 as well. But my guess is they maybe want us to try a different approach. App command. Try to search for credentials. What's this about? I don't know where I would search for the credentials that have been configured for it, though. I don't really know what app command is. List of application pools, virtual directories. So we might be able to go that route. Otherwise, it seems like the same setup. Could create a create it. I have to create an executable. That would, I mean, we could definitely still just run the MSF Venom generated exploit binary, but again, it feels like if we're not using Metasploit in this, oh, it says okay. Let's see what they're saying. Okay. Yeah, so they're talking about the unquoted paths again. So same service, okay. What command to manually find out the service name? should just be PowerShell -c get service. I don't know if that's long enough. Apparently it was. Okay. Then you can just do the same thing. That we generated the advanced binary with MSF Venom back up here. And it's just shell reverse, so I think if I have netcat running, we can give it a shot. Alright. Oh, am I still connected? So we're gonna download advanced.exe, basically using the same PowerShell command, then move it into the directory. It's already there because we just hacked into the box using Metasploit and then use this same technique, but I'll go ahead and delete it and then upload it again, and we can try connecting to it rather than using the handler inside of Meterpreter or inside of MSF console. So let's go to the temp directory. And okay, so oh great. No, it's not liking it. Exciting stuff. Maybe I'll have to get some kind of configuration where I can VPN into some intermediate box that I set up with Algo or something, and then from there also be VPN'd into the TryHackMe VPN network. I'm saying that like ATM machine, but you know what I mean. Just because this connection is garbage. It was most likely the biggest element that is making this box take so long is simply continually being disconnected and then having to wait who knows how long until the connection is stable again. I like that they give these commands here, even though you've already had to do this exact thing to get this flag, but they didn't bother to explain any of it up here. They want to tell us now what to do down here. Well, whatever. At some point I will be able to give it a shot. Maybe. Let's read some stuff in the meantime. I do like when the paper starts with how we're in an increasingly interconnected world. It's never going to get old, I guess. You could have said that in 1990. Probably could have said that sometime in the 80s at least. Because I think probably people thought about it that way even before the internet was much of a thing. Ooh, am I really disconnected from it this time? Did the box expire? No. Okay. we? What do we got here? Oh, interesting. They're using the floating point instructions to determine where EIP is. What is this? Store x87 FPU environment. Okay. Oh, so it just also stores the instruction pointer. Okay, it's not doing some weird floating point magic to come up with it, but there is simply a store it, and then I guess you retrieve that value. Does it store it on the floating point stack thing? No, it's just stored in memory. Okay. So hopefully the listing looks a little nicer if we turn off dark mode. Not really. Wow. This is how you chose to format it. I'm just annoyed at the connection problems, so I'm getting pissed at this article for no reason. Okay. We're, writing a bunch of different floating point commands, like instruction bytes, I guess. I've been working on an x86 instruction decoder. I haven't done anything with the x87 floating point instruction set, but these definitely haven't come up. Okay, and then okay, and then they have a Python script to disassemble them using, what do they use? R2. Okay, sure. So they have to run some kind of floating point instruction, and then that will put the CPU state such that it has the address of the previous FPU instruction, and then they can run the store, FNS store env, and it's got the data pointer and instruction pointer. So they talk about pre-populating the FPU data pointer, but I would think they want the instruction pointer. It writes to ESP minus C. Interesting. I don't know why it would be considered data pointer if it's pointing to the instruction, but whatever. Yeah, so then you just offset based on the size of this instruction and you know where you're at. Or I guess based on this plus the pop that comes after it to pop it into a certain register. And I guess they have all these alternatives in order to just have a different set. Why can't I? I don't know. I don't know if I want to just say, "Oh, I did it." It was the same thing that we did before. Or if I want to actually, I'm just gonna say that I did it. Realistically, the difficulty in that would come in whether the netcat listener would be connected to from the MSF Venom generated exploit binary. Because when we were running netcat itself and saying connect to my address and my port, it was not going. But yeah, I don't know. We weren't in a position to actually try running it because something happened to the connection. I don't know. So we'll move on to the next one. Got like, try to do one more. Since that one took a lot longer than I anticipated. Alfred. It's got a Jenkins install. Okay. Common misconfiguration on a widely used automation server. It's a CI server. After which we'll use an interesting privesc method to get full system access. It's a Windows application. We'll be using nishang to gain initial access. I don't know what nishang is. One of the interesting things, I guess it's nice, it's certainly interesting, is that all of these boxes seem to take completely different approaches to how to do the penetration work, whether it be the recon or the actual exploiting and privesc stuff later. Okay, well, I'm not going to be using a Windows thing on my machine. I'm not in a position to do that. So we'll just leave this box. Why does that kill my terminal? What am I doing weirdly in leave? We're setting, well, okay, that's what it is, I guess. So it's not, alright, that's my bad. Then, okay. Right, no more target, then let's join this room and that's more stuff that I could do. Why don't we do it this way? think that's probably fine. All right. It's called Alfred. Cool. And then THM box. Is that address? Oh, I still didn't fix that. Whatever. Again, I'll fix it later. All right. Using the reverse shell scripts. Oh, right. We want to do nmap target. So we do have it, but why didn't it set target? Oh, because I did not copy the address. Okay. But that is also down. Oof. Okay. Let's go ahead and fix the PID file. So yeah, do it this way, right? Home slash. Why isn't that actually working? Because it should be expanding before sudo. Maybe it's expanding to the. Maybe it's not doing the expansion of the tilde. Okay. All right. Cool. Then let's see. All right. If we look at that log, VPN. Yeah, we got him. Okay. Now we're getting the target. Okay, so we've got port 80 and 8080. Okay. I guess it is, yeah, it makes sense to be Batman themed. Is 88 is Jenkins? Okay. How many ports are open? We had 3 that it found with the standard command. Okay. What is the username and password for the login panel? The format username and password. That's a good question. Look for Jenkins default credentials. Wonder if they would be the same on Windows, or if this is like automatically generated when you install. Try. That was enough. Okay, so admin, which I mean, I was gonna try it just because why not, but then I also double checked and it's like that fits the pattern here. Okay. Find a feature of the tool that allows you to execute commands on the underlying system. Okay, then we can download a reverse shell from our machine. Let's see. Manage, maybe. Script console. A Groovy script, maybe. This is just there an easy nothing we can do with this script console. It's probably gonna be Groovy still. Yeah. We can do that dot execute. Okay. Then we'll print out the results, I guess. Doesn't matter too much. Okay, what do we want to do? New object web dot or net dot web client dot download file. to download that PowerShell script. Okay. And so it's called invoke PowerShell TCP.ps1. Let's call that for simplicity's sake. And .execute .text, and then we'll do the next command as I probably have to modify that binary, huh? IP. Oh, I just provide them as parameters. I see. So maybe we can do all of this. Invoke PowerShell TCP. Reverse. Sure, I'll do that. That all seems fine. I think at that point well, might as well try to print it out, I guess, in case there's an error or something. But if it works, then that's going to stay connected. So we will connect, we'll listen on port 4444, and then we'll run our web server. Let's give it a shot. Let's see if it is able to run that. Can I still copy all of this? Apparently not. So don't know if I can get that back, if I need to retype it or what. Hey, we got the download. It's a good sign. I don't even have that stat. What is it called? LS. LS of I. Yeah. Okay. It is listening on. Will it tell me? to say TCP at, okay. It's not listening on that, but is it listening on 000 maybe? Yeah. Okay, so we're still listening, and it downloaded that script, but it's not hitting this machine. Same deal. I don't know what my failure is. The fact that it hasn't finished yet tells me that it's almost certainly running this, which is just going to run forever listening for something. And yeah. So what to do? Why does Netcat not get connected to? Still connected, still listening rather. So yeah, still just listening on 000, which again should be sufficient. That is highly frustrating. It's like, why can't we do that? All right, well, we're gonna try to just do the bind version instead. Let's see if it's still there. What is that about? Can I run program dir? I guess it's not an executable. Try that. Why does that command fail? Let's not resend it. think that's what I called it. Definitely raises the question of like, if I kill this listener, is something still listening on 444? Is anything listening on 444? No. So it's not some other object listening or process or whatever, but like it was able to connect back to my HTTP server just fine. So it's not like all the traffic from the target to my machine is failing. I just need netcat to can I just install ncat from nmap? We have ncat. Oh, okay, it just comes with it. Where's the port? Yeah, why can't I? Why is it still on? Can we do this? Okay. So, okay, now it's listening on that. So I'll just use ncat from now on because I can get it to be more explicit. Can I get my command back? No? Okay. Let's see if apparently just download string is enough. How do they write it? Oh, I don't need to give a file name. And then right, yeah, it's capital S there. All right, let's give it a shot. It did run well enough to hit the download. We're gonna get something with netcat. Or ncat, rather. Try a different port, maybe. Frustrating. Did I type the 1045159? Okay. I mean, maybe this simply is not the way to invoke that, but it sure seemed like it was okay. Give it a shot. What the hell? Oh my god, because of the friggin' dark mode, I can't see what I've selected apparently. How is this worse? Let me turn off the dark mode. What is going on? Oh, this is... Oh, because my... Alright. It's my bad. At one point I set the background to be dark. The default browser background color. Okay. Well, we got a failure there at least. Oh, because that's not Groovy syntax. See if we ever get back results from running this. Is it running? I think it's running. There we go. Should see another download. And anything. Looking for any connection at all. Truly, I do not know what the issue is. No, definitely not connected. Well, I'm gonna end the stream here because still have no clue how to get a reverse shell to actually connect to my netcat listener. I've had it work in previous scenarios, but I don't think I've ever seen it work from a TryHackMe box connecting to my computer through their VPN. I don't know what I have configured incorrectly, but it doesn't seem to work, even though the web server works fine. We can try port 8000. So we'll set the web server on. Why don't we, just for fun, put the web server on port 4444 I'll put this one on 8,000. We'll just do a little, you know, little backwards port behavior. Or I don't want to do it that way. Well, that would be interesting to see if. Let's try this first. I won't fix the ports here, so we should get a GET request into netcat in theory. Yeah, we do. Why no -n? What is the -n? Do not resolve host names via DNS. I don't know that that would come into it, but we can give it a shot. But I guess 4444 is not a port I can listen on. So let's go back to the original setup. Well, okay, because I need to disconnect the web server first. Okay. Then let's retry that. Should get the GET requests on the web server. I got it. Okay. Get the GET request. Does the -n make a difference? Not seeing anything. And hello, you ZB now. Yeah. Don't know. I don't think the -n is going to be important here. I mean, I think if it were that something connected, maybe then it would try to turn this into. We've done double print line commands. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't think the issue is anything to do with the Groovy code, because the web client.download string portion is working. I think it is entirely a networking issue where 4444 is not the port to use because, well, I mean, it's certainly possible that this is failing. I guess that's fair. Oh, and I maybe have messed that one up on this iteration, but this is like the third iteration, so I would not say that it was definitely this issue, not having the space there. But let's try this as 8001 in case the port is an issue. It doesn't make sense to me why it would be an issue, but again, I don't know. But this is like the third approach. Do you mean like why don't I do this command once and then this command as the second as another line of calling string.execute? Partly because I'll need to fix this command. Like download string, I believe, runs the string of whatever it downloads as PowerShell code, and this is going to end up being two separate PowerShell sessions because we're running the PowerShell executable on each line. So the first session is going to exit out completely, and that's the one that had the code run. So like trying to run the function from that PS1 file wouldn't work. Granted, I did originally start off with download a file and then run that file and run the function from that file, but I didn't have it on separate lines, so we could certainly give that a shot. Why don't we go ahead and do it that way then? Doesn't hurt to do it that way. Okay, so we're gonna say Download file. And we're just gonna, I guess it shouldn't matter, but see, I don't remember what PowerShell IEX does actually. Can they, let's just go to ss64.com. Maybe they'll give me what IEX means. Invoke expression. Okay, so it's just gonna, so we need to first run a, let's do it as -c, and then we'll do dot invoke PowerShell tcp.ps1, and then actually run the function. Okay. And let's keep this as 4444. In this case, we can do single quotes here, not the escaped quotes, which, I mean, I'm just sort of assuming that is valid groovy text. It never caused any problems. Okay. Like I didn't get any error results. Yeah, what is it not like about that? Unexpected character. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I didn't escape it like that before, so it's possible that that was part of the issue, and it just didn't want to give me any errors about it. Well, I'm not listening at this point, so we'll see. Start the script from scratch. Okay, 8000 invoke PowerShell tcp.ps1. Sure. So we got the GET request, and now do we get the netcat from the second line? Feel like probably would have happened by now. Yeah, I don't think that's going. Okay, so let's try. What the heck? Download string. And we want to, let's try and download it from 4444, right? Because if I have some reason to think that the port situation is wrong, then we can at least see that it is working to, I don't know where I'm copying from, to can't really see it very well. And we don't need the quotes, or that quote at least. Okay, so we're going to try to connect to the web server on 4444 and then do the reverse shell on 8000. I don't expect that it will fail, because really I don't see why the port numbers would be a problem. They're all over 1024 or whatever the minimum is that you can do without being sudoed, without being, you know, a super user. I should try to say sudo, but yeah. So I expect we will get the connection to the web server. Well, if I kill netcat and then do it, and still not get the connection on NCAT. It's my expectation. Yeah, but this time the shell works. What the hell? If anybody... Alright, we're going to try it one last time with netcat or ncat listening on 4444 and see if that results in anything. Although I bet the reverse shell is... No, it's probably died since I closed netcat, right? I don't know why the page never comes back, because I would think that the command it's running will have ended. But I mean, maybe the script is designed to loop trying to make a connection. Doesn't seem like it, or it would have connected already, I would think. So does it try? Or we'll close. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's actually looping, attempting to connect. So I don't know why Jenkins didn't come back. Sure, we'll do it on that. Okay, so the port we're going to connect on is 4444, and 4445 is going to be the web server. So we got the GET request, and then we got a connection on 4444. I don't know. It's beyond my understanding as to why it was not working in any of these previous attempts, and what I had typed incorrectly or done differently. There was no space between the semicolon and the invoke, but I really don't think that is necessary. Well, in any case, it's connected now, so there's a secret.key. What do we have in there? Is that maybe the user flag? I feel like probably not. I think this is a Jenkins thing. Right? Yeah. Okay. And I don't know why there's a version of it called .not so secret, but we will set that aside. Let's go to users. I bet we could say cat because we're in PowerShell. Okay. Then we can get a interpreter reverse shell if we download it, and then we'll go into Metasploit. Okay. It's like the inverse of what we just did on the previous room. In that we and is it Shinkata? I don't remember. Shikata. Okay. What was the other option? Format exe, and I'm gonna call this one or empty shell exe. Okay. Then lhost is going to be 10.4.5.159. Lport is 8989. I'm just slowly becoming annoyed with port 4444, even though clearly it's not the issue. I mean, it doesn't make any sense that it would be the issue, but just got bad luck or something. I don't know, man. Okay, so that file is there. We can make it super obvious and put it on the desktop, or put it in temp. Oh yeah, cd, is it env.temp? I don't remember how it's written in PowerShell. Done it before and have simply forgotten env colon. Yeah. Okay. So then new object dot web client dot download file. What do we call it? Empty shell.exe. And we what am I doing wrong here? Is it Bruce up at map? Okay. But does it not have our is this not a place where I can download a file? Yeah, apparently that didn't work at least. No, it did the GET request. Just throw it in downloads. Super stealthy. No, it does not like to download the file. Why does it not download the file? Does it put it in the C drive? I'm just like misunderstanding the second parameter. Really seems like that's what it's supposed to do. It's the file name. Why doesn't it have... No, we only have read permission. Oh no, we have do we have... Where do we have write permission? I guess we can go to the Jenkins directory. That's where we were able to download the file before. But it, you know, it doesn't... I don't know how to read the directory permissions in Windows. Okay, then let's give it a shot again. Okay, now it's there. Okay, but of course I need to actually payload is going to be this guy. What? Is it set payload? Okay. Or no, T989. Not doing it. Start process. I thought dot would do it, but that's probably just for maybe that's just for PS files. Why? Just do get process and we'll see if it's actually running anything. Sure doesn't seem like it. So why would that be? Get ACL. Just give a path. Why, what would be the purpose of I'm assuming allow means I'm allowed to do anything with it. I think that's what that permission is. Is there a way to say show me all of the information rather than arbitrarily cut it off? Do format lists. Okay. Yeah, I have read and execute on it, so not an issue there. Is there something I am misunderstanding about doing? No, it seems like I've got all of this stuff. So, what the hell? More of this reverse shell nonsense. I'm gonna say maybe I don't need Meterpreter in order to do privilege escalation. Token impersonation. Yeah, I am going to. Well, I can tell you what the size of it is. Doesn't mean I was able to run it. Doesn't mean I was able to get it to give me a Meterpreter shell, but yeah, I can tell you the size of the file. It was this many bytes. It also seems like this would be, I don't know, if they changed something in how the exploit binary is generated, would not help. Let's see. Okay. Didn't look exactly like the example. I missed the architecture setting, but it's able to detect that because of the x86 selected encoder. But I think everything else was the same. Windows, wasn't it Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP? And then the Shikata Ganai format is executable. That's the output file name. And then the L host and the L port. I mean, I guess it's possible that I need to put those before these. I can give that a shot. But I was able to, like, yeah. And I was able to use this, basically this exact same command on the previous box to generate the same exploit binary. And I was able to get that one to connect back to my MSF console. I mean, it was also very unreliable then, which I don't put down to the software. If anything, I put it to my yeah, I don't know. That's how we did privilege escalation on the last box. We were able to get it run as a service binary, and then I had a Meterpreter shell with system level access. So I don't think having these later breaks it. I mean, yeah, I can run command.exe, and then we can be in the Windows batch situation, I think. We'll see if this ever completes. Take a quick look back at privilege escalation. So we can read more about access tokens. Primary access tokens, they're associated with your user account and are generated on logon. And impersonation tokens, Yeah, so you can impersonate another user or maybe other group or something. I don't know, but you can get temporary access as a different user through impersonation. I guess maybe command doesn't work. Oh, well, I've killed the session. We'll have to start over again. And I guess I need to be running the web server. But we need it on, I think that was the address, yeah. Do it one last time. Hopefully it'll work again. Yeah, works now. Is it that? So if I want to run that command, should have had that running. I keep forgetting that Control C does not. Yeah, trying to run the shell through command still doesn't, not doing anything for me. Okay, so okay. Oh, we need to do who am I / priv. I don't know if we can do that. Maybe we need to be in Meterpreter to be able to do that particular. Nope, that works. So what do we have enabled? Debug, change, notify, impersonate, and create global. Okay. Debug and impersonate. Debug was not listed under here, but oh no, there it is at the end. Okay. The incognito module that will allow us to exploit this vulnerability. I see. So yeah, we do need to have the interpreter. Why does it not run? Can try generating a different one. Let's go ahead and put these earlier on the off chance that there was something. And let's call this 4446. And yeah, we'll just generate it again. Oh, that was stupid. I was already there in PowerShell and I could just download it. Just connect again. Delete that file. Download the new version. Then we'll run it. We're listening on 10.4.5.159. And now it works. Okay. I'm not gonna, I don't know. I just couldn't tell you. There's some level of networking that I do not understand. That means that port 8989 is bad and 4446 is good. So load incognito. And then, okay. So we loaded it. We can say list tokens -G to see which tokens are available. And we have built-in administrators, NT authority service for delegation tokens. But I don't know, is the impersonate privilege also used for delegation tokens? Built-in /administrators tokens is available. I guess that's what we want to impersonate. Okay. Do I need to double escape that? Okay. Oh, and that makes us anti-authority system. Interesting. Oh, this is service, not system. Okay. Get UID. So that token means that we're system, I guess. It's interesting. So I would have thought this is just the administrators group. I don't know. Even though you have a higher privilege token, you may not actually have the permissions of a privileged user. This is due to the way Windows handles permissions. It uses the primary token of the process and not the impersonated token to determine what the process can or cannot do. So it's not set UID, basically, in sort of Unix, Linux terminology. Ensure that you migrate to a process with correct permissions above questions answer. Okay, but, or I guess the process is yeah, I guess it doesn't really line up with the set UID concept because it's not about us running a new process. It is the fact that we were in a particular process, which is the MT shell executable, which is in the Bruce user, and we then impersonated within that same process lifetime, however you want to phrase it, we impersonated the system. But the executable itself was still started as Bruce, so it has the permissions of Bruce. But we have the ability to, I guess, run certain things, such as migrate. Okay. And then, yeah. We will migrate to search indexer, service host. They said services.exe. I'm not seeing something called services. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. That's the parent PID. All right, so we'll migrate into there, and then we should have all the permissions of system, I guess. That's a good idea to keep that in mind. If it works, cool, that did work. Okay, and then go ahead and read that. So they put this one in system32 config. And, or not. Okay. Can you do it that way? Okay. I don't know, sometimes with the interpreter commands escaping slashes and stuff. So, I mean, this is good information to have, being able to see if you can impersonate another user, potentially an admin user or system directly. I would not have thought that built-in administrators is a token you can use to then become system, but just also I don't know a lot about Windows, so I should read up on the tokens stuff, as well as I guess this paper about the most useful ways to abuse that from exploitdb.com. And then migrating, we did in a previous box, but something to always keep in mind is like, I guess I should migrate my interpreter session to a more long-lived process and one that is perhaps less obvious, if this were a real scenario where somebody might be looking for my binary. So if we do PS again, is MT shell still running? Doesn't look like it. So I guess in theory then we've got a lot of PowerShells that I've popped up over the time. They're still running for whatever reason. We could kill all of them, but it doesn't matter. So obviously I've not been stealthy at all in this process, but yeah, being able to migrate onto services.exe or maybe one of these service hosts, if you know it's a service that is not going to get killed, is probably a good rule of thumb. And then otherwise, I have just, I need to come to a better understanding of networking, I guess. I really thought that I understood it. But the fact that I didn't upvote the other one, but I did like these. The fact that some ports work fine and others don't is mildly baffling right now. I'll just kill that one. Ooh, they have write-ups. I don't know if a write-up on this necessarily makes a lot of sense. I see. I guess so. Yeah. So that's it for this stream. Definitely went longer than I normally do. I guess my weekend streams 4 hours is not undoable. It's not crazy or whatever. But yeah, just a lot of frustration on the networking side of things for both of the rooms that I went through. I thought that these were not necessarily going to take a much longer time than the earlier ones. And I feel like as far as the particulars of the, actually performing the exploits and stuff, they weren't, these two weren't that much harder, which makes sense. I think these were both listed as easy. So maybe Hack Park is where we get into a bit more do-it-yourself kind of mode, a little less hand-holding. And so that's what we'll do tomorrow. And then we're just going to keep going through these in order. But yeah, I think my number one takeaway that isn't about learning, or I guess just a thing that I really want to keep in mind is anytime I'm having trouble getting one of these reverse shells to actually connect or something of that nature, vary up the ports, see if that does it for whatever reason, and hopefully I'll end up spending less time being frustrated by that while I'm trying to advance through the room. That's it for today. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for everybody that was talking to me in chat. I appreciate the suggestions and the help and all that. And we will be back tomorrow. Basically the same time we started today, so about 4 hours ago, whatever time zone you're at. And we will see if we can get through another 2 or 3 boxes. I have my doubts that we'll get through this last one than the next stream unless things go super smooth on these first 3. But regardless, if we have to do it next weekend, then we'll do it next weekend, and then we'll get into the mastery section. And I mean, this gets into some skills that I've already practiced a lot of, so I'm actually not as worried about that. And I could switch over to doing reverse engineering rooms on here, but it's like, I don't know. I don't want this series to be about me just playing through a bunch of relatively easy stuff from easy because I've had so much experience with it kind of stuff. I want to focus on maybe the JVM one would be cool. I haven't really done a lot of Java reversing. I've like this, I guess it's decompiling. I've decompiled a couple binaries, but I haven't really spent a lot of time like decompiled Android binaries and stuff. But probably this I'll leave till I get bored with other stuff, because I think there's a lot more rooms on here that have things that I don't know how to do, especially in the web category of stuff. So thus far I've actually been a little surprised. I thought there was going to be more about web stuff, and maybe it'll come in some of these later ones, but thus far, like the actual exploit to get you into a machine has not been particularly like, I don't know. I guess with what I've done so far, if I went into a pen test, I would be capable of trying to enumerate what services are running, see if any of them have known vulnerabilities, and then go in through that if there is something on ExploitDB or in Metasploit. But if there's a website that may be vulnerable to SQL injection, I guess this one mentioned SQL map, so, or this one says no SQL map. But maybe some of the other ones involve using SQL map. I've done that once before, once or twice. So, you know, and I've done manual SQL injection as well, so we can definitely apply that skill. A little bit of cross-site scripting I've done before. I don't know if I've done server-side request forgery, server-side template injection stuff, but like I was expecting more of that, I guess, and maybe it's just that's not really what this path is about. This is more understanding the direction, like the full scope of pen testing, and then you can really hone in on like vulnerability analysis kind of stuff where you are taking an unknown product, because I imagine a lot of places maybe you go do a pen test and they are running custom software, and then you're not going to find a known exploit for that, but you might be able to determine vulnerabilities and develop exploits for them. So that's the part that probably is what I'm gonna look for to get out of TryHackMe at some point. And You See Me Now asks, did you do any of the NahamCon CTF? I have not. I haven't actually watched the stuff from that yet. I've been super busy. It's on my list of a bunch of YouTube videos to watch, or at least like the videos that John Hammond put up related to it. If you have any links on other stuff, but I guess, you know, maybe what I should do is try those out rather than look at a write-up or a, you know, video walkthrough of it. It's always better to try it yourself first, I think. Yeah. I haven't done it though. But I think that would be neat. I'm assuming that's all sort of web, sort of oriented around the bug bounty web stuff, because that seems to be what Nahamsek and his crew, Stoke and all of them do a lot of. So yeah, could be right up the same alleyway as what I was just saying I was interested in trying to get better at. So I guess I should look for that. Okay, I've been rambling for a couple minutes now, so I think that's a good sign that I'm gonna end the stream. Gonna switch over to OBS in a second, and the stream will probably die, and then it'll come back for a second while I shut it down in a more official capacity. But thanks again for watching, and I'll be back tomorrow.